Welcome to Dreamshade Stories. Thank you so much for choosing to spend this time with me tonight. Now, close your eyes, let your shoulders drop, and now, let's begin our story. The Fisherman and the Silence. Chapter 1. Where the Waves Remember Everything. The island sat in the water like a thought that had been there forever. It was not large. It was not small. It simply was, with its rocks and its trees and its single house that faced the east, where the sun came from each morning without fail. The fisherman lived in that house. He had lived there for so long that he could no longer remember arriving. Perhaps he had always been there, like the rocks, like the trees. His name had faded from use. Unnecessary in a place where no one called for him. He was simply the fisherman, and that was enough. Each morning began the same way. The light came first, pale and hesitant, touching the edges of the window before filling the small room where he slept. He would wake slowly, not startled, never rushed. His body knew the rhythm of this place. His eyes would open, and he would look at the ceiling beams, counting them though he knew their number by heart. 7 beams. Always 7. He would rise from the bed, his feet finding the cool wooden floor. The floorboards creaked in the same places they always creaked. Near the door, by the table, in front of the stove. He had learned their voices. They were familiar, like old companions who spoke little but were always present. The morning air was soft. He would open the door and stand in the doorway, looking out at the water. The sea was different each day, and yet always the same. Sometimes it was gray, sometimes blue, sometimes a color he had no name for. It moved constantly, breathing in its own slow way, and he would watch it for a while, his hand resting on the doorframe. There was tea to make. The kettle was on the stove, and he filled it from the barrel that caught rainwater from the roof. The water was clean and cold. He lit the fire with practiced movements, arranging the kindling just so, adding the larger pieces when the flames took hold. The fire spoke its own language, crackling and popping, telling stories he didn't need to understand. While the water heated, he would move about the small house, straightening things that didn't need straightening. A blanket folded just so, a cup placed precisely on its shelf. These small acts gave shape to the morning, created a gentle structure that held the day together. The tea was simple, leaves he gathered from the inland part of the island, where bushes grew thick and fragrant. He had learned which ones made good tea, which ones were bitter, which ones helped him sleep when the wind was too loud. He poured the hot water over the leaves and watched them unfurl, dancing in the cup like small dark creatures coming alive. He drank the tea slowly, sitting at the table by the window. From there he could see the beach, the rocks, the line where water met sky. Gulls sometimes passed overhead, their cries sharp against the softer sounds of wind and waves. He didn't mind the gulls, though they were noisy. They belonged here as much as he did. After tea came the walk to check the nets. This was the heart of his routine, the purpose that gave direction to his days. He had 3 nets set in different parts of the shallow water around the island. One to the north, where the current was gentle. One to the south, where rocks created small pools. One to the east, in the open water where larger fish sometimes ventured. He walked the same path each time, his feet knowing the way. The ground was a mix of sand and stone, scattered with shells and bits of driftwood. He had cleared the path years ago, moving the larger rocks aside. but the island was always rearranging itself. New things appeared: a plank of wood worn smooth by water, a cluster of unusual shells, a piece of net from some other fisherman's boat, lost to the sea and found here. The first net was usually empty in the morning. He checked it anyway, pulling it up hand over hand, feeling the weight of the water dripping away, seeing the mesh hang empty in the light. It didn't bother him. The net would fill eventually, or it wouldn't. Time moved differently here. The second net often held small fish, silver and quick when they were alive, still and patient when caught. He would untangle them gently, placing them in the bucket he carried. Their scales caught the light. He counted them without thinking. 3 fish, 5 fish, sometimes 7. Enough for meals, enough to dry for later. The third net was furthest away, and he took his time reaching it. The walk was part of the rhythm, part of the day's unfolding. He passed the tall rock that looked like a figure standing watch, the cluster of tide pools where small crabs scuttled, the place where the sand was always perfectly smooth, erased by each tide. This net was deeper, and pulling it up required more effort. He would brace himself, finding the right stance, and haul steadily. Sometimes there was nothing. Sometimes there were fish too large for the mesh, and he would release them, watching them disappear into the darker water. Sometimes there were fish just right, and he would add them to his bucket. The work was slow, methodical. There was no hurry. The island gave what it gave, and he took what he needed. This balance had been established long ago, though he couldn't say when or how. It simply existed, like the tides, like the seasons that came and went in their subtle way. Returning to the house, he would prepare the fish. There was a table outside where he worked, cleaning them with a knife that had been sharpened so many times it was half its original size. The knife fit his hand perfectly now, worn to match his grip. He worked efficiently, his movements automatic, his mind free to wander or rest as it chose. The parts he didn't use went back to the sea. Gulls would come for these offerings, crying out to each other, competing in their loud way. He watched them sometimes, amused by their urgency, so different from his own steady pace. The cleaned fish would be prepared in different ways. Some he would cook immediately, frying them in oil over the fire, eating them with bread he baked once a week. Some he would salt and hang in the small shed behind the house, where they would dry slowly, becoming food for later days. Some he would smoke over a special fire of green wood that gave a particular flavor. These tasks filled the middle of the day. The sun would move overhead, and he would work in its warmth or in the shade, depending on the season. His hands stayed busy, but his mind often grew quiet, settling into a state that was neither thinking nor not thinking, just a kind of presence. Afternoon brought different work. There were always small repairs needed, a net to mend, a board to replace, a gap in the roof to seal before the next rain. He kept a collection of tools in the shed, each one cleaned and maintained. The hammer, the saw, the plane. He knew their weight and balance, could use them without looking. Sometimes he worked on the boat. It was a small boat, just large enough for one person, with oars and a small sail. He didn't often leave the island, but he kept the boat ready, checking the hull for damage, replacing worn rope, treating the wood with oil to keep it sound. The boat rested on the beach, turned over to keep rain out, and he would flip it right side up to work on it. then flip it back when finished. The work was never truly done, but that didn't trouble him. Each day brought its tasks, and he did them, and the next day brought more. This continuity was comforting, a thread running through time, connecting yesterday to today to tomorrow. As afternoon faded toward evening, he would often sit on the rocks near the house and simply watch. Watch the water change color as the light changed. Watch the clouds move across the sky in their slow procession. Watch the way shadows lengthened and softened, making everything gentler. This was when the silence felt most present. It had always been quiet on the island, but over time he had learned to hear the silence beneath the sounds. The waves still crashed, the wind still blew, the gulls still cried, but underneath and around and through it all was something deeper, a quiet that held everything else, that made room for all the sounds without being disturbed by them. He had not been friendly with silence when he first arrived. It had felt like absence, like something missing. He had filled it with humming, with talking to himself, with unnecessary noise. But gradually the silence had revealed itself not as emptiness, but as a kind of presence, patient and vast. And gradually he had stopped fighting it, had settled into it, had allowed it to become his companion. Evening brought supper. He would cook whatever fish he hadn't preserved, adding vegetables from the small garden he kept on the island's inland side. Potatoes grew well there, and onions and herbs. He had planted them long ago, and they returned each year, needing little from him beyond occasional weeding and watering during dry spells. He ate slowly, tasting his food, aware of each bite. There was no reason to hurry. The night would wait. Everything would wait. Time on the island moved at its own pace, unrushed by the concerns that drove people elsewhere. After supper, after cleaning his dishes and banking the fire, he would sometimes read. He had a small collection of books, their pages yellowed and soft from handling. He had read them all many times, knew their stories by heart, but that didn't matter. Reading them was like visiting old friends, comfortable and familiar. The words washed over him, their meanings less important than their rhythm, their presence. Other evenings he would simply sit in the doorway and watch the darkness come. It never rushed. It seeped in slowly, filling the spaces between things, blurring edges, softening the world. The stars would emerge one by one, then all together, until the sky was full of them. On clear nights they were almost too bright, too numerous to comprehend. On cloudy nights they hid, and the darkness was deeper, more complete. He knew the stars now, had learned their patterns during countless nights of watching. That cluster there, that bright one low on the horizon, that trail across the middle of the sky, they were markers of time, of season, familiar points in the vast darkness. When sleep called, he would go to it willingly. His bed was simple but comfortable, worn to fit his body. He would lie down and listen to the night sounds, the waves, always the waves, and sometimes rain on the roof, or wind in the trees, or the distant call of a night bird. These sounds were lullabies, easing him toward dreams, or toward the deeper rest that was not dreams, just darkness and peace. And in the morning, the light would come again. The cycle would continue. Day after day, wave after wave, breath after breath. The island held him, and he held to the island, and the silence held them both. Time passed in this way, though he rarely thought of it as passing. It simply was, moment following moment, each one whole and sufficient. Chapter 2. The Rhythms That Need No Counting. The weeks moved through the fisherman's life like tides through channels, each one similar to the last, yet subtly different. He did not mark them on a calendar. There was no calendar to mark. Instead, time revealed itself through signs he had learned to read. The angle of the sun, the temperature of the morning air, the types of fish appearing in his nets, the flowers blooming on the hillside. There was a season when the water grew warmer and clearer. During this time, he could stand at the shore and see straight down to the bottom, where crabs moved sideways across the sand and small fish darted between rocks. The nets filled more easily then, and he would smoke great quantities of fish, hanging them in rows in the shed where they turned dark and glossy. Then came the season when winds picked up, coming from the west, bringing clouds that piled up on the horizon like distant mountains. The sea grew rougher, and he checked his nets more carefully, sometimes finding them torn and needing extensive mending. He didn't mind this work. Mending nets was meditative, his fingers moving in patterns they knew by heart, weaving the twine through the holes, restoring wholeness. During stormy periods, he stayed inside more, feeding the fire, reading his books, listening to rain hammer the roof. The sound was tremendous sometimes, so loud it seemed the whole world was water falling from above. He would make soup on days like this, letting it simmer for hours, filling the small house with warmth and the smell of herbs and fish and vegetables. The storms never frightened him. The house was solid, built long ago by someone who understood this place, who had chosen the location well, far enough from the water to be safe, sheltered by a rise of land to the west. The storms came, and they went, and afterward the island would be rearranged slightly. New things on the beach, old things carried away. Nothing essential ever changed. Between storms came clear days of such brightness they almost hurt to look at. The water turned impossible shades of blue and green, colors he could stare at for hours without tiring. On these days he would walk the entire circumference of the island, a journey that took the better part of a morning. The island was perhaps 2 miles around, its shape irregular, with hidden coves and rocky points. He knew every part of it now. The place where fresh water seeped from rocks, forming a small pool surrounded by ferns. The grove of twisted trees on the south side that provided wood for his fires. The high point at the island's center where he could see all around, water in every direction stretching to the horizon. Sometimes, from that high point, he would spot other islands in the distance. They were far away, vague shapes that appeared and disappeared depending on the weather and the light. He wondered occasionally if people lived there, if there were other fishermen in other small houses, living lives similar to his own. But the wondering was mild, not urgent. Those islands were their own places, and this island was his. The garden required attention in cycles. Planting time came when the air warmed and the soil dried enough to work. He would turn the earth with a spade, his muscles remembering the motion from year to year. Seeds went into the ground, some saved from previous years, stored in jars in the house, others arriving mysteriously, brought by birds or wind or tide. He would water the garden when rain didn't come, carrying buckets from the rainwater barrel or from the freshwater pool. The work was repetitive, peaceful, back and forth, bucket after bucket, watching the dark earth turn darker with moisture. The plants would emerge in their own time, pushing up through the soil, unfolding their leaves, reaching toward the sun. There was satisfaction in this, in planting and tending and eventually harvesting. Pulling a potato from the ground, brushing away the dirt, seeing its clean, pale surface. This was a small miracle he never tired of. The potatoes fed him through many meals, roasted in the fire or boiled in soup or sliced thin and fried crisp. The garden also brought visitors. Rabbits lived on the island, small brown creatures that appeared at dawn and dusk. They liked the tender shoots of his vegetables and would nibble at them given the chance. He didn't begrudge them this. There was enough for everyone. He simply planted more than he needed, allowing for the rabbit's share. Sometimes he would sit very still in the garden, and the rabbits would grow brave, hopping closer, their noses twitching. He liked watching them, their alertness, the way they froze at the smallest sound. They were so alive, so present in each moment, carrying no weight of past or future. Birds, too, were part of the island's life. Beyond the gulls, there were smaller birds that sang in the trees, their songs varying with the seasons. He didn't know their names, had never learned them, but he recognized their voices. That one with the rising call, that one that sang at sunset, that one that sounded like water over stones. He listened to the birds while he worked, their songs mixing with the sounds of waves and wind, creating a music that needed no composer, that simply arose from the island being itself. Sometimes he would stop what he was doing and stand perfectly still, just listening, letting the sounds flow through him. The bread he baked once a week was another rhythm marking time. He had a starter for the dough, kept alive by regular feeding, a mixture of flour and water that fermented slowly, developing its own ecosystem of yeasts and bacteria. The starter had been given to him long ago, or perhaps he had made it himself. He couldn't remember. It didn't matter. It was alive, and he kept it alive, and in return it leavened his bread. Baking day was always the same. He would feed the starter the night before, letting it bubble and grow. In the morning, he would mix flour and water and salt into the starter, kneading the dough until it was smooth and elastic. Then came the waiting, hours for the dough to rise, hours for it to rise again after shaping, then the baking itself. The smell of baking bread filled the house completely, pushing into every corner. It was a good smell, rich and wholesome, speaking of sustenance and home. He would pull the loaves from the oven and set them on the table to cool, and the sight of them, golden brown, perfectly round, gave him a feeling he had no words for, something between pride and gratitude. The bread lasted the week, growing gradually drier but never stale. He ate it with fish, with soup, sometimes simply with butter made from the cream that rose to the top of the milk he occasionally had. The milk came from a goat that lived on the island's far side, a creature as solitary as himself. He had not brought the goat. It had simply been there, or had arrived somehow. They had an understanding. He left it alone, and sometimes it left him milk. Days flowed into each other, each one a variation on familiar themes. Wake, tea, nets, fish, work, evening sleep. Within this structure was infinite variation. The color of the sky, the temperature of the air, the contents of the nets, the thoughts that arose and dissolved, the quality of the silence. He had stopped measuring time in any conventional sense. There were no appointments to keep, no schedules to follow, no obligations beyond the basic tasks of survival, and even those were gentle, forgiving. If he didn't check the nets one day, they would still be there the next day. If he didn't mend a net immediately, it would wait. Everything would wait. This lack of urgency had been difficult at first. He had carried within him the rhythms of another life, a life of clocks and deadlines and rushing. But the island had no use for that urgency. It operated on deeper rhythms, the rhythm of tides, of seasons, of sun and moon, of growth and rest and growth again. Gradually those rhythms had seeped into him, replacing the old urgencies with something slower, deeper, more sustainable. He found himself moving differently now than he had before. His gestures were slower, more deliberate. He walked more carefully, placing each step with awareness. He spoke less. There was no one to speak to, except occasionally himself, or the rabbits, or the sea. And in the silence his inner voice had also grown quieter. Thoughts still arose, of course. Memories of before the island. Wonderings about things beyond his experience. Plans for tasks to complete. But these thoughts were gentler now, less insistent. They arose like fish surfacing in calm water, breaking through, lingering a moment, then slipping away. He watched them without attachment, let them come and go. Sometimes whole hours would pass in a state beyond thinking, where he simply existed, his hands doing their work, his body moving through its tasks, but his mind resting in a space that was open and clear. These hours felt like rest, even when his body was active. They were restorative in ways he couldn't explain. The moon marked time more clearly than anything else. He watched it change shape night by night, from a thin crescent to a full circle and back again. The full moon lit the island so brightly he could walk the beaches at night without stumbling, could see his shadow cast sharp and dark on the sand. New moon nights were the darkest, the stars more prominent, the sea a black void stretching away. He didn't feel lonely, not anymore. Loneliness required the expectation of company, and that expectation had faded. What he felt instead was solitude, and solitude had become something precious. Not an absence, but a presence, a state of being that was complete in itself. The silence had become his friend by now, his constant companion. It was there in the morning when he woke, there throughout the day as he worked, there in the evening as he rested. It wasn't empty silence, but full silence, containing everything. All the small sounds of the island, all the unspoken thoughts, all the memories and dreams and simple moments of being. He had learned to listen to the silence, to hear what it had to say, and what it said, always, was the same simple thing. This moment, this breath, this wave, this life, exactly as it is, exactly enough. Chapter 3. What the Tides Leave Behind. The beach changed constantly, though its changes followed patterns the fishermen had come to know. High tide brought the water up past the line of dark seaweed, sometimes reaching almost to the rocks where his boat rested. Low tide pulled the water far back, exposing sand that was firm and wet, scattered with small pools where creatures waited for the sea's return. Between these extremes, in the twice-daily rhythm of advance and retreat, The ocean left things behind. Gifts, he sometimes thought, though he knew the sea had no intention of giving. It simply carried things and released them, following laws older than intention, older than thought. He walked the tide line most days, drawn by curiosity about what might have arrived. The objects varied endlessly. Shells, of course, thousands upon thousands of shells, in every shape and size, some whole, most broken, all tumbled smooth by the water's constant motion. He no longer picked up every interesting shell. There were too many, and their beauty had become ordinary through abundance. But other things still caught his attention. A piece of wood worn into an unusual shape, curves and hollows created by years of water and sand. A fishing float, bright orange, from some vessel working waters far away. A bottle, its glass frosted and worn, containing no message, just air and a few grains of sand. A shoe, improbably, still holding its form despite however long it had traveled. These objects told stories he could only imagine. The wood had been part of something. A ship, a dock, a tree that fell into a river that carried it to the ocean. The float had been attached to nets on some other boat, in some other place, worked by hands he would never see. The bottle had held something once, wine, water, oil, and had been thrown or lost, had drifted on currents, had survived storms and pressure in time to arrive here. He collected some of these things, carrying them back to the house. They lined the shelves and windowsills, a museum of accident and arrival. He didn't organize them or label them, just placed them where they pleased his eye. They kept him company, these objects, reminders that the island, though isolated, was connected to a larger world, receiving its debris and cast-offs. There were bones sometimes, white and clean, picked by fish and currents. He found bird bones, delicate as paper, and larger bones from seals or dolphins, smooth and dense. Once he found a whale rib, enormous and curved, too heavy to carry. He left it where it lay, returning to visit it occasionally, watching as sand gradually buried it, reclaiming it for the island. The storms brought more dramatic debris. After particularly violent weather, he would find planks and spars and tangled rope, pieces of boats that had met bad ends. These he salvaged when useful, adding to his store of lumber in the shed, cutting the rope into lengths for various purposes. Waste not, the island taught. Everything that arrives has value, even if that value isn't immediately apparent. Seaweed came in great heaps, dark and slippery, smelling of salt and iodine. He gathered this too, spreading it on his garden as fertilizer. It dried in the sun, turning brittle, and he would work it into the soil where it fed his vegetables, completing a cycle, ocean to plant to him to back to ocean through waste and renewal. The tide pools fascinated him endlessly. At low tide they dotted the rocky areas, each one a small world complete unto itself. He would crouch beside them and watch the life within. Small fish, transparent and quick. Anemones waving their tentacles. Hermit crabs dragging their borrowed shells. Urchins bristling with spines. Starfish moving so slowly their motion was almost undetectable. These creatures lived in the space between ocean and land, adapted to be submerged and exposed in turn. They had to survive both states, the cold depth of water and the vulnerable exposure to air. It was a hard way to live, requiring special adaptations, yet they thrived, generation after generation, filling these temporary pools with busy life. He never tired of watching them. Each pool was different, each contained its own small dramas. That fish, cornered by a crab. That anemone, capturing something too small to see. That snail, leaving its silver trail across a rock. These were momentary glimpses into lives utterly unlike his own, yet connected by the simple fact of existing here, now, on this island. Sometimes he would place his hand in the water, letting it rest there, becoming part of the pool's ecosystem for a moment. The creatures would react, the fish darting away, the anemones contracting. But if he held still long enough, they would resume their activities, accepting his presence as they accepted rocks and kelp and sunlight. The acceptance was mutual. He had learned to accept the island's rhythms, its rules, its gifts, and its refusals. He took what it offered and didn't demand more. When the nets were full, he was grateful. When they were empty, he was patient. When storms came, he sheltered. When sun came, he worked. This acceptance had brought a kind of peace he hadn't known was possible. There were days when he barely thought at all, his mind as calm as the water on windless mornings. He would move through his tasks in a state of simple presence, aware of his body, of the air, of the sounds around him, but without the constant commentary that had once accompanied his every action. This inner silence was restful beyond measure. Other days, thoughts would arise more actively, and he would let them come. Memories of his life before, though these were growing hazier, less distinct, like old photographs fading. He remembered faces without names, places without context, emotions without their original causes. The memories no longer disturbed him. They were just weather passing through, clouds crossing an inner sky. He sometimes wondered if he would ever leave the island. The question arose without urgency, more curiosity than concern. He could leave, in theory. The boat was seaworthy. He knew which direction led to other lands. But the wanting to leave, that had faded long ago. Where would he go? What would he find that wasn't already here? The sea, the sky, the daily bread, the evening stars. The island had become sufficient, not in the sense of mere survival, though it provided that, but sufficient in a deeper way, meeting needs he hadn't known he had. The need for simplicity, the need for rhythm, the need for silence and solitude, and the kind of peace that comes from having nowhere to be except exactly here. Seasons continued their slow wheel. The warm time gave way to the cool time, then back to warm again. The changes were subtle but real. Different birds appeared, different fish in the nets, different plants blooming on the hillside. He marked these changes not with a calendar, but with his senses, with his body's knowing. During the cool time, he wore an extra layer, a wool sweater he had found in the house when he arrived, or that he had brought with him, or that had been left by whoever came before. Its origins were lost, but it was warm and soft, worn at the elbows, perfectly comfortable. He wore it most days, from first cool weather until the warmth returned. The fire burned longer in cool weather, keeping the house warm through the nights. He would bank it carefully before sleep, covering the coals with ash so they would hold heat but not burn away completely. In the morning he would uncover them, add kindling, blow gently, until flames appeared. The fire was alive in its way, needing tending, giving back warmth and light and the means to cook. He thought about fire sometimes, about how it had been humanity's first great tool, the thing that made civilization possible. Here on the island, that long history collapsed into immediacy. Fire was not a concept or a technology, but a daily companion, as essential as water, as real as his own breath. He respected it, fed it, never took it for granted. The nights grew longer in the cool season, and he would spend more time with his books, reading the same stories again and again, finding new meanings, or simply letting the familiar words wash over him. The books were friends, their pages soft from handling, their spines creased and comfortable. He knew them so well he could almost recite them from memory, yet he kept reading, finding comfort in their presence. One book was poetry, dense and difficult, requiring attention. He would read a single poem many times, letting its layers reveal themselves slowly. The words created rhythms that pleased him, sounds that resonated even when their meanings remained elusive. Poetry didn't need to be understood, he had learned. It just needed to be experienced, let in, allowed to do whatever it did. Another book was philosophy, asking questions he had no answers for. What is the good life? What does it mean to exist? How should one face uncertainty? He read these questions not seeking solutions, but appreciating their depth, their willingness to acknowledge life's fundamental mysteries. The book offered no easy answers, and he appreciated that honesty. A third book was stories. People doing things, going places, having adventures very different from his own quiet life. He enjoyed these stories, the way they transported him briefly to other worlds, other possibilities. When he finished reading, he would close the book and look around his small house, returning to his life with fresh eyes, seeing it anew. The evening routine never varied much. After supper, after reading or sitting or simply watching the darkness come, he would prepare for sleep, banking the fire, checking that the door was secure, washing his face in cold water from the barrel, changing into the clothes he slept in, loose and soft, worn thin with washing. Then to bed, where he would lie and listen. The waves were always there, their sound like breathing, like time itself made audible. He could distinguish different types of waves, the regular roll of calm seas, the crash of storm-driven water, the particular rhythm that meant the tide was turning. These sounds were his lullaby, more reliable than any song. Sometimes before sleep, he would review his day, not critically, but just noticing what he had done, what he had seen, how his body felt. The review was gentle, without judgment. Some days felt full, others felt empty, but all days had their place in the chain of days that made up his life here. And then sleep would come, pulling him down into darkness that was restful and complete. Dreams sometimes came, images and feelings that made little sense, but carried their own emotional truth. Other nights were simply void, consciousness extinguished and restored with the morning light. Both were fine. Both were part of the rhythm. In this way, time continued. The tide came in, the tide went out. The sun rose, the sun set. He woke, worked, rested, slept. And through it all, the silence held him, patient and endless, asking nothing, offering everything. Chapter 4. the language without words. The fisherman had stopped talking aloud months ago, or perhaps years. He wasn't certain. There had been no moment of decision, just a gradual fading of the habit. Speech required an audience, and the sea did not listen. The rocks did not respond. The gulls cried their own concerns without regard for his. Yet communication had not ceased. He had learned another language, one spoken through attention and presence rather than words. The island spoke constantly in this language, and he had become fluent in understanding it. The wind spoke of weather coming. A shift from east to west meant storms approaching. A stillness in the air meant calm would hold. The quality of the wind, its temperature, its steadiness, its voice as it moved through the trees, told stories about what the next days would bring. He read these signs without thinking, his body responding with preparations before his mind had formed conscious plans. The water spoke of its mood, its intentions. Choppy waves meant work with the nets would be difficult. Smooth water meant easy hauling. The color spoke too. Clear water meant he could see the fish. Murky water meant guessing, trusting to luck and experience. The height of the tide told him when to check the nets, when to gather seaweed, when to walk the beach for tide-line treasures. The birds spoke of fish locations, when gulls circled and dove in the water beyond the shallows. He knew something was feeding there, some school of small fish being driven to the surface by larger fish below. Sometimes he would take his boat out to investigate these gatherings, his nets already set, but his curiosity activated. The rabbits spoke of the time of day through their presence or absence. Dawn and dusk were their times. Midday they hid in shadows, avoiding heat and hawks. If he saw rabbits in the middle of the day, something was wrong, weather changing suddenly, a predator disturbing their normal patterns. He had learned to trust these signals, these disruptions in the expected flow. Even the quality of light carried meaning. The particular gold of late afternoon spoke of day ending, time to finish outdoor work, to move toward evening tasks. The gray light before sunrise spoke of beginning, of potential, of the day gathering itself to emerge. The harsh light of midday was working light, clear and revealing. The soft light of cloudy days was gentler, easier on his eyes, pleasant for detailed work. He had become attuned to these messages, receiving them through senses he hadn't known he possessed. His body knew when rain was coming before the first drops fell. Something in the air pressure, the humidity, the way his joints felt. His skin knew the temperature without checking, adjusting to cold or heat without conscious thought. His ears sorted sounds without effort, distinguishing between waves and wind, between common gulls and something unusual. This attention had developed slowly, a byproduct of having nothing else to pay attention to, no distractions, no competing voices. In the silence, these subtler communications had become audible. They had always been there, he realized, even in his previous life. But then he had been too busy to notice, too surrounded by human noise and human concerns. Here, stripped of that noise, his awareness had expanded. He noticed details he would have missed before. The exact moment when morning shifted to afternoon. The pattern of barnacles on a particular rock. The way certain clouds always meant wind within hours. The taste of the air after rain. The smell of the sea at different tides. These noticings were not dramatic. They didn't change anything fundamental, but they enriched his experience, made him feel more connected to the place he inhabited. He was not separate from the island, observing it from outside. He was part of it, woven into its systems, responsive to its cues. The silence itself had texture and variation. There was the silence of calm mornings, soft and expectant. The silence of afternoons, heavy with heat and stillness. The silence of evenings, deeper and cooler, as if the world were settling into rest. The silence of night, profound and complete, broken only by waves and wind and his own breathing. Within these silences, he found company. Not the company of other people, but something else, a presence that was both outside and inside himself. That was the island and also him, and also something larger that contained them both. He couldn't name this presence, had no words for it, even if he had wanted to speak. But he felt it, especially in the quietest moments, a kind of knowing that he was not alone, had never been alone, could not be alone because aloneness was an illusion. Everything connected to everything else in ways too subtle to see, but real nonetheless. His days had become meditative without his intending them to be. Each task was performed with full attention. Washing a dish, mending a net, walking a path. There was no rushing, no dividing his attention between task and thought. The task itself filled his awareness completely, became a kind of prayer without words, an offering of presence to the moment. When he cleaned a fish, he was entirely engaged in cleaning that fish. The feel of the knife, the texture of the scales, the way the blade moved through flesh, these sensations filled his consciousness. When he walked, he was fully walking, feeling each footfall, each shift of balance, each breath coordinated with movement. When he watched the sea, he was only watching, not thinking about watching or planning what to watch next, just eyes and water and light. This quality of attention had come naturally, not through discipline or effort, but through the simple fact of having nowhere else to be, nothing else demanding his focus. The island had taught him this, though it had taught through example rather than instruction. Everything here was simply itself, fully present in its own existence. The rocks were completely rock, the waves completely wave, the trees completely tree. And gradually he had learned to be completely himself, not divided, not distracted, just here. Memories of his previous life sometimes arose, as they did for everyone. But they had lost their power to disturb him. They were just images, scenes from a story that had happened to someone he used to be. He could watch them pass without attachment, without wishing to return or to change what had been. That life had led to this life, and this life was sufficient. Sometimes he tried to remember why he had come to the island. Had there been a reason? A loss, perhaps, or a disappointment, or simply a weariness with the world's noise and rush. But the reasons had faded, become irrelevant. He was here now, and the here-ness was all that mattered. The question of return sometimes surfaced in his thoughts. Would he ever go back? Leave the island for wherever he had come from? The question had no urgency, carried no emotional weight. It was just a question, like asking whether tomorrow would be rainy or clear. The answer, if there was one, would reveal itself in time, or it wouldn't. Either way was fine. What he knew with certainty was that he was not trapped. The boat was ready, The sea was navigable. He could leave whenever he chose. But choosing to leave required wanting something the island didn't provide, and he couldn't think what that might be. Food, shelter, occupation, peace, all were here in abundance. What else did a life require? Perhaps human company, some part of him acknowledged. Conversation, touch, the complex dance of relationships. He remembered these things, knew they had once been important, but the wanting of them had faded, replaced by a different kind of fullness, the companionship of silence and solitude and the island's slow rhythms. He was not unhappy. The word seemed inadequate to describe his state, which was beyond happiness or unhappiness. In some place those concepts didn't reach. He was simply present, simply alive, breathing and walking and working and resting in an endless cycle that needed no justification beyond itself. The moon continued its changes, the tides their rhythms. He rose and slept, worked and rested, lived each day as it came. The nets filled or stayed empty. The weather was calm or stormy. His body was strong or tired. All of these were just conditions, neither good nor bad, just the way things were in that moment. And through it all, the silence deepened, became more palpable, more present. It was no longer something he noticed or thought about. It had become like breathing, like the beating of his heart. Fundamental, constant, essential. He lived inside the silence, and the silence lived inside him, and the boundary between them had dissolved so completely he couldn't say where one ended and the other began. Chapter 5, where time becomes only this. The fisherman's hair had grown long, and his beard was thick and streaked with gray he didn't remember having before. He saw his reflection sometimes in the still water of tide pools, a face that was familiar and strange at once, more weathered, more lined, but also somehow younger, less burdened. His eyes looked back at him calmly, holding a piece that he didn't remember seeing there in his previous life. His hands had changed too, becoming harder, more calloused, shaped by the constant work with rope and fish and tools. There were scars from small cuts, marks from accidents, the inevitable whereof a life lived physically. He didn't mind these changes. They were like the driftwood on the beach, shaped by time and used into their true form. The seasons continued their wheel, each one arriving and departing in its appointed time. He had stopped counting them. Perhaps 3 years had passed, perhaps 5, perhaps 10. The number held no meaning. Time had become quality rather than quantity. The feeling of morning light, the taste of evening air, the sound of rain, the warmth of fire. These were the measures that mattered. His routines had deepened into something approaching ritual. Each gesture performed exactly so, not from rigidity, but from the perfection that comes from repetition. The way he folded the nets, the way he arranged kindling for the morning fire, the way he placed his cup on the table after drinking tea. These small acts had accumulated a kind of significance, becoming sacred through simple repetition and attention. The garden had expanded over time. What had begun as a small plot had gradually spread, new sections added as he cleared rocks and built up soil. Potatoes, onions, herbs, and now also squash and beans and leafy greens. The garden provided more than he could eat, and he dried or preserved the excess, building stores that grew larger each year. Sometimes he wondered what he was storing for, why he kept preserving food when he already had plenty. But the work itself was reason enough. There was satisfaction in it, in taking what the garden offered and transforming it into something that would last, that would sustain him through lean times that might or might not come. The island had taught him the wisdom of preparation without anxiety. Work steadily, provide for the future, but don't worry about that future. It would arrive or it wouldn't. He would need the stores or he wouldn't. Either way, the work was valuable for itself, for what it taught him about patience and foresight and the simple goodness of tending and preserving. Birds had become more comfortable around him. They would land nearby while he worked, hopping closer to investigate what he was doing, whether he might provide food. He didn't discourage them, sometimes tossed them crumbs or small fish. Their presence was company, their songs a constant background to his days. One bird in particular, a gull with a damaged wing that healed crookedly, had become almost tame. It came to the house each morning, waiting on the rocks nearby, calling in its harsh voice until he brought out scraps from the previous night's meal. He had names for none of the birds. Names seemed unnecessary, but he recognized this one, knew its particular call, its awkward gait. The boat still sat on the beach, maintained and ready. He took it out occasionally, not to leave but to fish the deeper waters, to experience the island from the outside, to feel the motion of waves lifting and lowering the hull. These trips were brief, never far from shore. The island pulled at him, its gravity stronger than any desire to wander. From the boat, he could see the whole island at once, its shape and size made clear by distance. It looked small from out there, vulnerable, a temporary arrangement of rock and earth that the sea could reclaim whenever it chose. But it had stood for countless years, would stand for countless more, long after he was gone. This thought of his own impermanence, the certainty of his eventual death, didn't trouble him. Death was just another tide, another season, another transition in the endless cycling of existence. He would die here, probably on this island. His body would return to the earth, feed the plants, become part of the soil. The island would continue without him, unchanged in its essential nature. There was comfort in this continuity, in being part of something larger and more enduring than himself. He was a temporary inhabitant of this place, just passing through. But while here he could tend it, work with it, be in harmony with its rhythms. That was enough. That was everything. His dreams had changed over time, becoming simpler, more direct. He dreamed of the island, of walking its paths, of checking the nets, of watching the waves. Sometimes the dreams were so similar to waking life that he wasn't sure which was which, whether he was dreaming or awake. The boundary between them had grown thin, permeable. Other dreams were stranger, images that made no narrative sense but carried emotional weight. Flying over the island, seeing it from above like a bird, swimming deep under the water, comfortable there, able to breathe, standing on the shore while the sea rose impossibly high, a wall of water that never broke, just hung there, suspended. He didn't try to interpret these dreams, didn't seek meaning in them. They were just part of the mind's night activity, images arising and dissolving, no more significant than clouds passing overhead. He woke from them and moved into his day, the dreams fading like morning mist. The stars had become friends, their patterns familiar as the lines on his own hands. On clear nights, he would lie on the rocks and watch them, feeling the earth solid beneath his back, the sky vast above. He knew now that the stars were distant suns, knew the scale of the universe in some abstract way. But that knowledge didn't diminish their beauty, didn't make them less wondrous. Sometimes shooting stars would streak across the darkness, brief and bright. He didn't wish on them. What would he wish for that he didn't already have? But he appreciated them. These momentary tears in the fabric of night, evidence that even the stars were not permanent, that everything moved and changed and eventually returned to dust. The silence had become so complete, so natural, that he rarely thought of it anymore. It was simply the medium he lived in, like air or water. Words had fallen away almost entirely. He thought sometimes in images rather than language, or in feelings, or in a kind of direct knowing that preceded words that didn't require them. This wordlessness didn't feel like a loss. If anything, it was a liberation, a shedding of an unnecessary layer. Words had always been approximations, imperfect tools for expressing the inexpressible. Without them, he was closer to direct experience, to the raw fact of being alive in this moment, this place. His body had found its own wisdom, moving through tasks without conscious direction. His hands knew how to tie knots, how to scale fish, how to mend nets. His feet knew the paths, could walk them in darkness without stumbling. His whole being had become attuned to the island's requirements, responsive to its needs and offerings in ways that were automatic, below the level of thought. There was a kind of grace in this, a fluidity that came from perfect practice, from doing the same things again and again until they became effortless. He was not skilled in the way someone trying to be skilled is skilled. He was simply doing what needed doing, and the doing happened through him rather than by him, as natural as breathing. The fire burned each evening, its light pushing back the darkness. He would sit before it, watching the flames dance and shift, mesmerized by their constant motion, their colors changing from yellow to orange to blue. Fire was never the same twice, always transforming, always consuming, always needing more to continue. And yet it was always fire, always itself, recognizable despite its constant change. Like the fire, he was always changing, always different than he had been the day before. Cells dying and being replaced, thoughts arising and dissolving, the body aging imperceptibly toward its end. And yet he was always himself, recognizably the same consciousness that had arrived on this island however long ago. This paradox of being both constant and changing, both fixed and flowing, no longer troubled him. It was simply how things were, the nature of existence. Everything was a process, a becoming, never fixed, never final. Until it was final, until death came and the process ended, or transformed into something else. The question of what came after death sometimes arose in his thoughts. He had no answers, no beliefs that brought certainty. Perhaps there was something beyond, some continuation of consciousness. Perhaps there was nothing, just the cessation of awareness, a return to the nothingness that had preceded birth. Both possibilities seemed acceptable. He had lived this life, or was living it, and what came after would come or wouldn't come, and he had no control over it. What he could control, what he did control through his daily choices, was how he lived these days he had. And he chose to live them with attention, with care, with a quality of presence that made each moment as full as it could be. Not full of activity or excitement or drama, but full of awareness, of simple being. The morning tea ritual had become the center of his day, the moment everything else revolved around. The careful preparation, the waiting for the water to heat, the pouring, the first sip. This small ceremony marked the transition from sleep to waking, from night to day, from possibility to actuality. Each morning began here, with this warm cup, this quiet moment, this small gratitude for another day given. After tea came the day's unfolding, whatever it would bring. Some days were hard work, storms to prepare for, nets to repair, wood to gather and split. Some days were easier, just the regular rhythms of checking nets and preparing food and tending the garden. Some days he did little work at all, simply wandered the island or sat by the water or rested in the house while rain drummed the roof. All of these days were equally valuable, equally part of the life he was living. He didn't judge some as better than others, didn't wish for different days than the ones that came. This was the practice, accepting what is, working with what arrives, not demanding that life be other than it is. And slowly, through this acceptance, through this patient presence with whatever came, something had shifted inside him. The anxious striving that had characterized his previous life had dissolved. The constant wanting, the perpetual dissatisfaction, the feeling that life would be better if only this or that changed, all of that had fallen away, revealed as unnecessary, a kind of mental habit rather than truth. What remained was simpler, more direct. Life as it was, moment by moment. The taste of fish, the feeling of sun on skin, the sound of waves, the tiredness after work, the rest that followed, the dreams and sleep, the waking to light, the tea, the day beginning again. This was enough. This had always been enough. He just hadn't known it before, had been too busy seeking something else, something more, something different. But there was nothing else, nothing more, nothing different that could add to or improve upon the simple fact of being alive, here, now. The gulls cried in the distance. The waves continued their patient work, shaping the shore grain by grain. The wind moved through the trees, rustling their leaves in a sound like soft rain. The sun moved across the sky in its arc, marking the hours without him needing to count them. And he moved through his day, this day, one of countless days, unique and yet the same as all the others. He moved slowly, deliberately, with the kind of grace that comes from having nowhere to be except exactly here. His hands touched things, wood, rope, fish, earth, and each thing was distinct, had its own texture, its own reality that he honored through his attention. Evening came eventually, as it always did. The light grew golden, then red, then faded into that blue hour between day and night when everything was soft and quiet and possible. He stood in his doorway and watched this transformation, watched the world settle into darkness, watched the first stars appear. Behind him, the house was warm from the fire, ready for the evening. Before him, the island was preparing for night, for the time of rest and darkness and dreams. And he stood between these two states, neither one nor the other, but somehow both, present to the ending of day and the beginning of night, to the closing of one cycle and the opening of another. Soon he would go inside, would eat his evening meal, would tend the fire, would prepare for sleep. Soon he would lie down in his bed and close his eyes and let the sound of waves carry him into whatever dreams or darkness waited there. Soon this day would end, and another would begin, and the pattern would continue, endless and sufficient. But for this moment, he stood in the doorway, watching the night come. Just watching, just being, just here. The silence was complete, comfortable, full. It held him gently, asking nothing, offering everything. He breathed in, breathed out, felt his heart beating steady in his chest. Alive, present, enough. And the night continued to deepen, spreading across the water, covering the island, covering him, covering everything. And the waves kept coming, one after another, patient and endless, and the stars emerged one by one, and somewhere a bird made a last call before settling into sleep, and the world turned slowly on its axis, carrying the island and the fisherman and all living things through the darkness toward another dawn. And that was all, and that was everything, and nothing needed to be different than it was. The fire inside burned lower, and he turned from the doorway, moved into the house, into warmth and light, into the evening's gentle routine. He prepared food. He ate slowly. He cleaned his dishes with care. He added wood to the fire, watching the flames rise and settle. He sat for a while, looking at nothing in particular, his mind quiet and open. Later, when sleep called, he would answer. But not yet. For now he simply sat, existed, breathed. Time moved around him and through him, and he moved with it, carried along like a piece of driftwood on a current, going wherever it went, at peace with the journey. And the night deepened still more, and the silence grew fuller, and the island dreamed whatever islands dream, and the fisherman sat in his small house surrounded by vast darkness, surrounded by vast water, surrounded by vast sky. And he was not alone, had never been alone, would never be alone, because the silence itself was companionship, the darkness itself was comfort, the solitude itself was sufficient. And time passed, or seemed to, though perhaps it didn't pass at all, but simply was, eternal and present, this moment containing all moments, this breath containing all breaths, this life containing all lives in its singular unfolding. And eventually sleep did come, pulling him gently down into rest, into dreams or the absence of dreams, into the deep well of unconsciousness where the self dissolved and reformed, where the day's experiences were processed or released, where the body repaired itself and the mind emptied itself, and everything was prepared for the next beginning. And the island continued, indifferent and nurturing, ancient and constant, holding him through the night as it had held him through all nights, as it would hold him through whatever nights remained, until his nights ended and someone else's nights began, or until no one's nights at all, just the island and the sea and the endless cycling of water and stone and light and dark. And the waves came in, and the waves went out, and the tide turned in its appointed hour, and the moon moved through its phases unseen behind clouds, and the stars wheeled overhead in their vast and uncaring beauty, and the earth spun, and the seasons turned, and everything that had ever happened kept happening, again and again, in infinite variation and essential sameness. And morning would come, eventually, inevitably, bringing light and warmth and the call to waking, and he would rise and begin again, and the cycle would continue, had always continued, would always continue, world without end, pattern without breaking, rhythm without cessation. And the night, the endless patient night, kept watch over everything, covered everything in its soft darkness, held everything in its vast embrace, and whispered to all living things the ancient truth. Rest now, sleep now, let go now. Tomorrow will come or it won't come, and either way you are held, you are safe, you are exactly where you need to be. And the silence, the deep and perfect silence beneath all sounds, sang its wordless song, and the song had no beginning and no ending, just the eternal present moment flowering again and again, and in that flowering was all the meaning anyone could need, all the purpose, all the grace. And the fisherman slept or didn't sleep, or moved between sleeping and waking in that liminal space where boundaries dissolve, and his breathing matched the rhythm of the waves, and his heartbeat matched the pulse of the tides. And he was the island, and the island was him, and both were part of something larger still, and it all continued, ceaselessly, peacefully, exactly as it should. And the story had no ending because life has no ending, just moments strung together like beads on an infinite string, and each moment was complete in itself, needing nothing added, nothing taken away, just this, just now, just the simple fact of existence unfolding in its mysterious and ordinary way. And the darkness deepened into that profound rest that comes when all striving ceases, when all questions fall away, when there is nothing left to do but be, and being is enough, has always been enough, will always be enough. And so it continued, and so it continues still, and so it will continue tomorrow, and all the tomorrows after. The fisherman and the island and the sea and the silence, all together, all one, all perfect in their imperfection, all sufficient in their simplicity, all at peace in the endless now that is the only time there ever is, the only time there ever was, the only time there ever will be. And the night held everything gently, and the waves kept their patient rhythm, and somewhere in the vast darkness a single gull called once and was still, and the world breathed in and breathed out, and nothing changed and everything changed, and the silence wrapped around it all like a blanket, warm and soft and infinite. And that is how it was, and that is how it is, and that is how it will be, forever and always, world without end. And the night, with all its quiet mercy, settled over everything, and peace descended like snow, like grace, like the gentlest touch of something too large to name, but impossible not to feel. And it was good, all of it, every moment, every breath, every wave, every star, every shadow, every silence. And rest came to all things in their time. And the fisherman rested, and the island rested, and the sea rested in its way, and the night rested in its vast patience, and everything that needed to be held was held, and everything that needed to be released was released, and the balance was perfect, had always been perfect, would always be perfect. And sleep deepened, and dreams came or didn't come, and it didn't matter which, because both were part of the wholeness, both were necessary, both were exactly right. And the night continued its ancient work, covering the world in darkness, giving everything permission to stop, to pause, to simply exist without doing. And in that permission was a kind of love, impersonal and total, the love that asks nothing and gives everything, that sees all and judges nothing, that simply is, eternally present, eternally accepting, eternally here. And so the fisherman slept, and the island dreamed, and the silence kept watch over both, and the night continued, and time passed or didn't pass, and everything that was supposed to happen happened, and nothing that wasn't supposed to happen happened, and it was all exactly as it should be. And the story goes on, without ending, without beginning, just the eternal middle, the eternal now, the eternal presence of life living itself through all things. And the fisherman was part of that life, and the island was part of that life, and even the silence was part of that life, and it all continued together, inseparable, whole. And the night, ever faithful, ever patient, kept its vigil, and the waves kept their rhythm, and the stars kept their courses, and everything moved in harmony with everything else. And peace reigned over all, gentle and complete, asking nothing, needing nothing, just being what it was, perfectly sufficient, perfectly here. And so it continued, and so it continues, and so it will always continue. And the silence, deep and full, held it all.